Hello and welcome everybody. The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived to a Dithyrambic Birth. Here today, we will be continuing on with our behind-the-scenes live recording of Friedrich Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy, and continuing with, yes, Your Grace. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we do here, again, a live recording of both of these things where you hear all of the ums, ers, and ahs, which makes it great for prime background listening material if you are not particularly keen on watching it as it goes on. Of both of these things, we will be doing in the audiobook portion first, in order to keep it as smooth, quiet, and perfect as possible. The audiobook portion, and from there we will move on to the games, where we will be looking at the construction, the meaning behind the construction, maybe offering a little bit of critique, and overall taking a deep peek into the inner works of the game itself, and at the same time, hopefully having some goofs and gaffs, and making a little bit of commentary here and there on what it is as the game, playing it as the player. And with that all being said, we now move on to the housekeeping. So to begin with, you all might very well notice that we have had an upgrade to the camera, in addition to getting the microphone in a little bit better order and continuing to play with the filters, making sure that everything sounds as possibly best as it can. We now have an upgrade, 60 FPS instead of 30, and at a 4K resolution. So, you know, I'll get to see a little bit more of the what I like to think is a good look of your old pal Kairos here. But besides that, we will be pretty much continuing on as normal, no major changes elsewise. The new schedule where we're having the ABAB for these streams, 1 week recording, 1 week break, 1 week recording, and so on is continuing, where in that intermission, we will be dropping a piece of content that we have recorded live and have processed into something that you might like to listen to, like a portion of an audiobook or a highlight reel from the shorts that we cut together, and all of that good stuff. But without further ado, we now move on to Friedrich Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy. Also, welcome Jesse, good to see you here, and I hope that you enjoy the show. And, as we get this pulled up here, it is an important thing to note that we do not generally look over at the chat during the actual recording of the audiobook itself, but between the chapters, or major portions of it if they're not really clearly delineated as chapters, we do a recap and response section, where I take a look over the thing that I've just read and try and sum it up in about a minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, short form format so that you all can see it in its minutes as it goes on and get a high-level overview. And right there beside that, if there is something that I think is especially marked in it for those of us who might be writers or game masters of various tabletop games, or maybe just have a love of the game itself, I do a reply portion, maybe talk a little bit of the philosophy that's baked into it, as we have so definedly here in this kind of text, and so on and so forth. But then we get on to the video itself. So, The Birth of Tragedy, recorded by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold, June 11th, 2025. Part 2. An attempt at self-criticism. 1. Whatever may lie at the bottom of this doubtful book must be... And you'll notice that for those of you who are first joining, as this being your introduction, here's the hums, haws, and mouth noises that we try and eliminate from the recording because it is easier by far to not record them in the first place than it is to, per se, try and edit them out later. Whatever may lie at the bottom of this doubtful book must be a question of the first rank in attractiveness. Moreover, a deeply personal question. In proof thereof, observe the time in which it originated, in spite of which it originated, the exciting period of the Franco-German War of 1870 through 71. While the thunder of the Battle of Worth rolled over Europe, let's actually look that up while I'm taking a quick pause. Aha, I need a new page for that one. Bert. Good thing I didn't go on with that. And of course, you might notice some cars in the background, because unfortunately, the soundproofing of this place ain't. It'll eventually pass. In the meantime, I'm enjoying some rose, peppermint, cacao with lavender. Good mix. While the thunder of the Battle of Worth rolled over Europe, the ruminator and riddle lover, who had to be the parent of this book, sat somewhere in a nook on the Alps, lost in riddles and ruminations, consequently very much concerned and unconcerned at the same time, and wrote down his meditations on the Greeks. The kernel of the curious and almost inaccessible book to which this belated prologue or epilogue is to be devoted. A few weeks later, and he found himself under the walls of Metz, still wrestling with the notes of interrogation he had set down concerning the alleged cheerfulness of the Greeks and of Greek art, till at last, in that month of deep suspense, when peace was debated at Versailles, he too attained to peace with himself, and, slowly recovering from a disease brought home from the field, made up his mind definitely regarding the birth of tragedy from the spirit of music. From music and tragedy, Greeks and tragic music, Greeks and the artwork of pessimism, a race of men, well-fashioned, beautiful, envied, life-inspiring, like no other race hitherto. The Greeks, indeed. The Greeks were in need of tragedy, yea, of art. Wherefore Greek art? We can thus guess where the great note of interrogation concerning the value of existence had been set. Is pessimism necessarily the sign of decline? Is pessimism necessarily the sign of decline? Is pessimism necessarily the sign of decline, of decay, of failure? Is pessimism necessarily the sign of decline, of decay, of failure, of exhausted and weakened instincts? As was the case with the Indians, as is, to all appearance, the case with us modern. As was the case with the Indians, as is, to all appearance, the case with us modern men and Europeans. Is there a pessimism of strength? an intellectual predilection for what is hard, awful, evil, problematical in existence, owing to well-being, to exuberant health, to fullness of existence? Is there perhaps suffering in overfullness itself? A seductive fortitude with the keenest of glances, a seductive fortitude with the keenest of glances, which yearns for the terrible, as for the enemy, the worthy enemy, with whom it may try its strength? From whom is it willing to learn what fear? From whom it is willing to learn what fear is? What fear is? What means tragic, myth of the Greeks, of the best, strongest, bravest area? Of the best, strongest, bravest era. And the prodigious phenomenon of the Dionysian. And the prodigious phenomenon. And the prodigious phenomenon. And the prodigious phenomenon. And the prodigious phenomenon. That's going to be a catch. And the prodigious phenomenon. Let's get readjusted and see what we can do. And the prodigious phenomenon of the Dionysian. Of the Dionysian. And that which was born thereof, tragedy. And that which was born thereof, tragedy. Tragedy. And again, that of which tragedy died, the Socratism of morality, the Socratism of morality. The Socratism of morality, the dialectics, contentedness, and cheerfulness of the theoretical man, indeed. Indeed. Might not this very Socratism be a sign of decline, of weariness, of disease, of anarchically disintegrating instincts, and the Hellenic cheerfulness, of the Hellenic cheerfulness of the later Hellenism, merely a glowing sunset? The Epicurean will counter to pessimism merely a precaution of the sufferer. And science itself, our science, viewed as a symptom of life, what really signifies all science, whither we're still whence all science. Well, is scientism perhaps only fear and evasion of pessimism, a subtle defense against truth? Morally speaking, something like falsehood and cowardice, and unmorally speaking, an artifice? Oh, Socrates, Socrates! Oh, Socrates, Socrates! Was this perhaps thy secret? Was this perhaps thy secret? O mysterious ironist, was this perhaps thine irony? 2. What I then laid hands on, something terrible and dangerous. What I then laid hands on, something terrible and dangerous. A problem with horns, not necessarily a bull itself, but at all events a new problem. I should say today, it was the problem of science itself. It was the problem of science itself. I should say today, it was the problem of science itself. The problem of science itself. Science. Science, conceived for the first time as problematic, as questionable. But the book in which my youthful ardor and suspicion then discharged themselves, what an impossible book! But the book in which my youthful ardor and suspicion then discharged themselves, what an impossible book must needs grow out of a task so disagreeable to youth. Constructed of naught but precocious, unripened self-experiences, all of which lay close to the threshold of the communicable, based on the groundwork of art, for the problem of science. For the problem of science cannot be discerned on the groundwork of science, a book perhaps for artists, with collateral, analytical, and retrospective aptitudes, that is, an exceptional kind of artists, for whom one must seek, and does not even care to seek. Full of psychological innovations and artist's secrets, with an artist's metaphysics in the background, a work of youth, full of youth's mettle and youth's melancholy, independent, defiantly self-sufficient, even when it seems to bow to some authority and self-veneration. In short, in short, in short, in short, a firstling's work. A firstling work. Even in every bad sense of the term. Even in every bad sense of the term. In spite of its senile problem, affected with every fault of youth, above all with youth's prolixity and youth's storm and stress. On the other hand, in view of the success it had, especially with the great artist to whom it addressed itself, as it were, in duologue, Richard Wagner. On the other hand, On the other hand, hmm, on the other hand, on the other hand, on the other hand, on the other hand, in view of the success it had, especially with the great artist to whom it addressed itself, as it were, in a duologue, Richard Wagner, a demonstrated book. I mean a book which, at any rate, sufficed for the best of its time. On this account, if for no other reason, it should be treated with some consideration and reserve. Yet I shall not altogether conceal how disagreeable it now appears to me, how after 16 years it stands a total stranger before me, before an eye which is more mature, and 100 times more fastidious, but which has by no means grown colder, nor lost any of its interest in that selfsame task, essayed for the first time by this daring book, to view science through the optics of the artist, and to view science through the optics of the artist, and moreover, to view science through the optics of the artist, and moreover, to view science through the optics of the artist, and art, moreover, through the optics of life. 3. I say again, today, it is an impossible book to me. It is an impossible book to me. It is an impossible book to me. I call it badly written, heavy, painful, image-angling, and image-entangling, maudlin, sugared at times even to feminism, uneven in tempo, void of the will to logical cleanliness. Void of the will to logical cleanliness. Void of the will to logical cleanliness, very convinced and therefore rising above the necessity of demonstration, distrustful even of the propriety of demonstration, as being a book for initiates, as music for those who are baptized with the name of music, who are united from the beginning of things by common ties of rare experiences in art, as a countersign for blood relations in artibus, a haughty and fantastic book which from the very first withdraws even more from the profanum vulgus of the cultured than from the people, but which also, as its effect has shown, it still shows, knows very well how to seek fellow enthusiasts and lure them to new byways and dancing grounds. Here, at any rate, thus much was acknowledged with curiosity as well as with aversion. A strange voice spoke, the disciple of a still unknown God, who for the time being had hidden himself under the hood of the scholar, who for the time being had hidden himself under the hood of the scholar, who for the time being had hidden himself under the hood of the scholar, under the German's gravity and disinclination for dialectics, even under the bad manners of the Wagnerian, here was a spirit with strange and still nameless needs, a memory bristling with questions, experiences, and a memory. Just in time for a car. All in due time, I suppose. Also, welcome back, Badger. And where were we? Here was a spirit with strange and still nameless needs, a memory bristling with questions, experiences, and obscurities, beside which stood the name Dionysos, like one more note of interrogation. Here spoke, people said to themselves with misgivings, something like a mystic and almost monadic soul. Which, undecided whether it should disclose or conceal itself, stammers with an effort and capriciously as in a strange tongue. It should have sung this new soul and not spoken. What a pity! It should have sung this new soul and not spoken. What a pity that I did not dare to say what I then had to say as a poet. I could have done so, perhaps, or at least as a philologist, for even at the present day, well nigh everything in this domain refers. For even at present day, well nigh everything in this domain remains to be discovered and disinterred by the philologist. Above all, the problem, that here there is a problem, that here there is a problem before us, and that a problem before us, and that so long as we have no answer to the question, what is Dionysian? The Greeks are now as ever wholly unknown. The Greeks are now as ever wholly unknown and inconceivable. Aye, what is Dionysian? In this book may be found an answer. A knowing one speaks here. The votary and disciple of his God. I totally even missed reading the four. Four. That click right after is killing me. 4. Aye, what is Dionysian? In this book may be found an answer. A knowing one speaks here, the votary and disciple of his God. Perhaps I should now speak more guardedly. Perhaps I should now speak more guardedly and less eloquently of a psychological question so difficult as the origins of tragedy among the Greeks. A fundamental question is the relation of the Greek to pain. His degree of sensibility. Did this relation remain constant, or did it did this relation remain constant, or did it veer about? The question whether his ever-increasing longing for beauty, the question whether his ever-increasing longing for beauty, I don't know what's causing that click, but it sure is something. The question whether his ever-increasing longing for beauty, for festivals, gaieties, new cults, did really grow out of want, privation, melancholy. Did really grow out of want, privation, melancholy, pain? For suppose even this to be true, and Pericles or Thucydides For suppose even this to be true, and Pericles or Thucydides, intimates as much in the great funeral speech. Whence then the opposite longing which appeared first in the order of time? Whence then the opposite longing which appeared first? Whence then the opposite longing which appeared first in the order of time, the longing for the ugly, the good, resolute desire for the old Hellene, for pessimism, for tragic myth, for the picture of all that is terrible, evil, enigmatical, destructive, fatal, for the picture of all that is terrible, evil, enigmatical, destructive, fatal, as the basis of existence. Whence then must tragedy have sprung? Perhaps from joy, from strength, from exuberant health, from overfullness. And what then? And what then, physiologically speaking, is the meaning of that madness, out of which comic as well as tragic art has grown, the Dionysian madness? What, perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of degeneration, of decline, of belated culture. Let's quickly adjust a few things. And much better. Let's see. Belated culture is where we were. A belated culture. Damn. What? Perhaps madness. What? Perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of degeneration. Perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of degeneration. Perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of degeneration, of decline, of belated culture. Perhaps there are... Time to play with the filters again, methinks. That ought to do. Perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of... Perhaps madness is not necessarily the symptom of degeneration, of decline, of belated culture. Perhaps there are, a question for alienists, neuroses of health, of folk youth and youthfulness. What does that synthesis of God and goat in the Seder point to? What self-experience, what stress made the Greek think of the Dionysian reveler and primitive man as a satyr? And as regards the origin of the tragic chorus, perhaps there were endemic ecstasies in the eras when the Greek body bloomed and the Greek soul brimmed over with life. Perhaps there were endemic ecstasies in the eras when the Greek body bloomed. When the Greek body bloomed. When the Greek body bloomed. When the Greek body bloomed and the Greek soul brimmed over with life. Visions and hallucinations which took hold of entire communities, entire cult assemblies. What if the Greeks in the What if the Greeks, in the very wealth of their youth, had the will to be tragic and were pessimists? And were pessimists? What if it was madness itself, to use a word of Plato's, which brought the greatest blessings upon Hellas? And what if, on the other hand, and conversely, at the very same time of their dissolution and weakness, the Greeks became always more optimistic, more superficial, more histrionic, and all more histrionic, also more ardent for logic and the logicizing of the world, and also more ardent for logic and also more ardent for logic and the logicizing of the world. Consequently, also more ardent for logic and the logicizing of the world. Consequently, lots of cars tonight. And what if, on the other hand, and conversely, at the very, and what if, on the other hand, and conversely, at, and what if, on the other hand, and conversely, at the very, and what if, on the other hand, and conversely, at the very same time of their dissolution and weakness, at the very same time of their dissolution and at the very same time of their dissolution, at the very same time of their dissolution and weakness, the Greeks became always more optimistic, more superficial, more histrionic, also more ardent for logic and the logicizing of the world. Consequently, at the same time, more cheerful and more scientific. I, despite all modern ideas and prejudice, I, despite all modern ideas and prejudices of the democratic taste, may not the triumph of optimism, the common sense that has gained the upper hand, the practical and theoretical utilitarianism, like democracy itself, with which it is synchronous, be symptomatic of declining vigor, of declining vigor, of declining, of declining vigor, of declining vigor, of declining vigor. Licks abound. Of declining vigor. Of declining vigor. Of declining vigor. Of approaching age. Of psychological. Of physiological. Of physiological weariness. And not at all pessimism. 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 Was Epicurus an optimist because a sufferer? We see it. Was Epicurus an optimist? Was Epicurus an optimist? Was Epicurus an optimist because a sufferer? We see it as a whole bundle of weighty questions which this book has taken upon itself. Let us not fail to add its weightiest question, viewed through the optics of life. What is the meaning of morality? Morality. 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 Always at the very end. Morality. 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 Hmm. Morality. Huh, that seems to have done it. 5. 5. 5. Already in the foreword to Richard Wagner, art, and not morality, is set down as the properly metaphysical activity of man. In the book itself, the piquant proposition recurs time and again, that the existence of the world is justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. 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 Bloody hell. Phenomenon. In the book itself, the piquant proposition recurs time and again. The piquant proposition recurs time and again. Time and again. Time and again. Time and again. The piquant proposition recurs time and again. Time and again. And another car rolling by. In the book itself, the piquant proposition recurs. In the book itself, the piquant proposition recurs time and again, that the existence of the world is justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. 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 Indeed, the entire book recognizes only an artist thought, an artist after thought, behind all occurrence, a god, if you will, but certainly only an altogether thoughtless and unmoral artist god, who, in construction as a destruction, who, as in construction, as in destruction, in good as in evil, desires to become conscious of his own equable joy and sovereign glory, who in creating worlds frees himself, and sovereign glory, who in creating worlds frees himself from the anguish of fullness, who in creating worlds frees himself from the anguish of fullness and overfullness, from the suffering of the contradictions concentrated within him, the world, that is, the redemption of God, attained at every moment, as the perpetually changing, perpetually new vision of the most suffering, most antithetical, most contradictory being who contrives to redeem himself. The world, that is, the redemption of God, attained at every moment as the perpetually changing, perpetually new vision of the most suffering, most antithetical, most contradictory being who contrives to redeem himself only in appearance. This entire artist metaphysics call it arbitrary. This entire artist metaphysics, call it arbitrary, idle, fantastic, if you will. The point is that it already betrays a spirit which is determined some day at all hazards to make a stand against the moral interpretation and significance of life. Here, perhaps for the first time, a pessimism beyond good and evil. Here, perhaps for the first time, a pessimism beyond good and evil announces itself. Here, that perverseness. Here, that perverseness of disposition Here, that perverseness of disposition obtains expression and formulation against which Schopenhauer never grew tired of hurling beforehand. Never grew tired of hurling beforehand his angriest imprecations and thunderbolts. His angriest imprecations and thunderbolts. A philosophy which dares to derogatorily put morality itself in the world of phenomena, and not only among phenomena in the sense of the idealistic terminus technicus, but among the illusions as appearance. Semblance, error, interpretation, accommodation, art. Perhaps the depth of this Perhaps the depth of this anti-moral tendency may be best estimated from the guarded and hostile silence with which Christianity Perhaps the depth of this anti-moral tendency may be best estimated from the guarded and hostile silence with which Christianity is treated throughout this book. Christianity as being the most extravagant burlesque of the moral theme to which mankind has hitherto been obliged to listen. In fact, to the purely aesthetic world interpretation and justification taught in this book, there is no greater antithesis than the Christian dogma, which is only and will be only moral, and which, with its absolute standards, for instance, its truthfulness of God, relegates, that is, disowns, convicts, condemns all art, to the realm of falsehood. Behind such a mode of thought and valuation, which, if at all genuine, must be hostile to art, I always experienced what was hostile to life, the wrathful, vindictive counterwill to life. Itself. For all art rests on appearance, illusion, optics, necessity of perspective, and error. necessity of perspective, and error. Error. From the very first, Christianity was essentially and thoroughly the nausea and surfeit of life for life, which only disguised and concealed and decked itself out under the belief of another or better life. The hatred of the world caused the hatred of the world, the curse on the affections, the fear of beauty and sensuality, another world invented for the purpose of slandering this world the more. At bottom, the more. At bottom, a longing for. At bottom, 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 a long. At bottom, at bottom, at bottom, at bottom, a longing for nothingness, for the end, for rest, for the Sabbath of Sabbaths. All this as also the unconditional will of Christianity to recognize only moral values has always appeared to me as the most dangerous and ominous of all possible forms of a will to perish. At the least, as this at the least as this at the least as this at the least as the symptom of a most fatal disease, of profoundest weariness, despondency, exhaustion, impoverishment of life. For before the tribunal of morality, for before the tribunal of morality, especially Christian, that is, unconditional morality, life must constantly and inevitably be the loser, because life is something essentially unmoral. Because life is something essentially unmoral, indeed oppressed with the weight and oppressed with the weight of contempt and the everlasting. Oppressed with the weight of contempt and the everlasting. No! Life must finally be regarded as unworthy of desire, as in itself unworthy. Morality itself what? Morality itself what? May not morality be a will to disown life? A secret instinct for annihilation, a principle of decay, of deprecation, of slander, a beginning of the end, and consequently the danger of dangers. It was against morality, therefore, that my instinct as an intercessory instinct for life turned in this questionable book, inventing for itself a fundamental counter, dogma and counter-valuation of life, purely artistic, purely anti-Christian. What should I call it? As a As a philologist and man of words, I baptized it, not without some liberty, for who? As a philologist and man of words, I baptized it, not without some liberty, for who could be sure of the proper name of the Antichrist, with the name of a with the name of a Greek god, with the name, with the name, with the name, with the name of a Greek god, with the name, with the name of a Greek god. I called it Dionysian. You see, 6. 6. You see the problem which I ventured to touch upon in this early work? How I now regret that I had not how I now regret that I had not then the courage or immodesty, that I had not then the courage how now I regret that I had not then the courage or immodesty, or immodesty, or immodesty, or immodesty, or immodesty, or immodesty. Every time, man. Or immodesty. To allow myself in all respects to use of an individual to allow myself in all respects the use of an individual language for such individual contemplations and ventures, in the field of thought that I labor to express in Kantian and Schopenhauerian formulae, strange and new valuations which ran fundamentally counter to the spirit of Kant and Schopenhauer, which ran fundamentally counter to the spirit of Kant and Schopenhauer, as well as to their taste. Kant and Schopenhauer. Kant and Schopenhauer. Kant and Schopenhauer. Kant and Schopenhauer. Kant and bloody hell. Kant and Schopenhauer, as well as to their tastes. What, forsooth, were Schopenhauer's views on tragedy? What, forsooth, were Schopenhauer's what, forsooth, were Schopenhauer what, forsooth, were Schopen what, forsooth, were Schopenhauer What, forsooth, were Schopenhauer's views on tragedy? What gives, he says in Welt als Will and Vorstellung. What gives, he says in Welt als Will und Vorstellung. He says in Welt als Will und Vorstellung. Welt als Will and Vorstellung 2. Welt als Will und Vorstellung 2. 495. 495. 495. To all tragedy, that singular swing towards elevation is the awakening of the knowledge that the world, that life cannot satisfy us thoroughly, and consequently is not worthy of our attachment. of our attachment, of our attachment, of our attachment. Let's bump that a little bit. Of our attachment. In this consists the tragic spirit. It therefore leads to resignation. And just in time for a car. Very cool. And consequently is not worthy of our attachment. Well, let's start back over. To all tragedy, that singular swing towards elevation is the awakening of the knowledge, that the world, that life cannot satisfy us thoroughly, and consequently is not worthy of our attachment. In this consists the tragic spirit. It therefore leads to resignation. And another giant car to pass by. Awesome. It therefore leads to resignation. Oh, how differently Dionysos spoke to me! Oh, how far from me, then, was just this entire resignationism! But there is something far worse in this book, which now I regret even more than having obscured and spoiled Dionysian anticipations with Schopenhauerian formulae. To wit, that, in general, I spoiled the grand Hellenic problem, as it had opened up before me, by the admixture of the most modern things, that I entertained hopes where nothing was to be hoped for, where everything pointed all too clearly to an approaching end. That, on the basis of our latter-day German music, I began to fable about the spirit of Teutonism. As if it were on the point of discovering and returning to itself, aye, at the very time that the German spirit, which was not so very long before he had the will to the lordship over Europe, the strength to lead and govern Europe, testamentarily and conclusively resigned, and not resigned, and under the pompous pretense of empire founding, effected its transition to mediocratization, democracy, and modern ideas. In very fact, I have since learned to regard this spirit of Teutonism as something to be despaired and unsparingly treated, as also our present German music, which is romanticism through and through, and the most un-Grecian of all possible forms of art. And moreover, first, and moreover, 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 a first-rate nerve destroyer, doubly dangerous for a people given to drinking and revering the unclear as a virtue. The unclear as a virtue, namely, in its twofold capacity of an intoxicating and stupefying narcotic. Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, apart from all precipitate hopes and faulty applications. Of course, apart from all precipitate hopes and faulty applications to matters specially modern. Of course, of course, of course, apart from all precipitate hopes and faulty applications to matters specially modern, with which I then spoiled my first book, the great Dionysian note of interrogation, as set down therein, continues standing on, even with reference to music, how we must conceive of a music which is no longer of romantic origin, like the German, but of Dionysian, 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 Dionysian. 7. But, my dear sir, if your book is not romanticism, what in the world is it? Can the deep hatred of the present, of reality and modern ideas, be pushed farther than has been done in your artist metaphysics? Which would rather believe in nothing or in the devil than the now? Which would rather believe in nothing or in the devil? Which would rather believe in nothing or in the... Can the deep hatred of the present, of reality and modern ideas be pushed farther than has been done in your artist metaphysics, which would rather believe in nothing or in the devil than in the now? Does not a radical base of wrath and annihilative pleasure growl on beneath all your contrapuntal? Does not a radical base of wrath and annihilative pleasure growl on beneath all your contrapuntal vocal art and oral seduction, a mad determination to oppose all that now is? A will which is not so very far removed from practical nihilism, and which seems to say, rather let nothing be true than that you should be in the right, than that your truth should prevail. Hear yourself, my dear sir pessimist and art deifier. Hear yourself, my dear sir pessimist and art deifier, with ever so unlocked ears, a single select passage of your own book, that not ineloquent dragon slayer passage which may sound insidiously rat charming to young ears and hearts. What is not Is not that the true blue romanticism confession of 1830 under the mask of the... Is that not the true blue romanticist confession of 1830 under the mask of the pessimism of 1850? After which, of course, the usual romanticist finale at once strikes up. Rupture, collapse, return, and prostration before Rupture, collapse, return, and prostration before an old belief, before the old God. What? Is not your pessimist book itself a piece of anti-Hellenism and romanticism? Something equally intoxicating and befogging, a narcotic at all events, aye, a piece of music, of German music? But listen, 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 but listen. Of course. But listen, but listen, but listen, but listen. But listen, but listen, but listen. Let us imagine a rising generation with this undauntedness of vision, with this heroic impulse towards the prodigious. Let us imagine the bold step of these dragon slayers, the... We'll get there eventually. Let us imagine a rising generation under... Let us imagine a rising generation with this undauntedness of vision, with the heroic impulse towards the prodigious. Let us imagine the bold step of these dragon slayers, the proud daring with which they turn their backs on all the effeminate doctrines of optimism, in order to live resolutely, in the whole and in the full. Would it not be necessary for the tragic man? Would it not be necessary? Would it not be necessary? Would it not be necessary for the tragic man of this culture, with his self-discipline and earnestness and terror? Would it not be necessary for the tragic man of this culture, with his self-discipline to earnestness and terror, to desire a new art, the art of metaphysical comfort, tragedy as the Helena, tragedy as the Helena belonging to him, as the Helena, as the Helena, as the Helena, as the Helena belonging to him, as the Helena belonging to him, as the Helena belonging to him, and that he should exclaim with Faust. Well, I'll need to get pronunciation for that. Und sollte ich nicht sein, suchsig. Und sollte ich nicht. Und sollte ich nicht. Seinsugtigster, Gewalt, Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Ins Leben ziehen sie. Ins Leben ziehen. Ins Leben ziehen die. Ins Leben ziehen die. Ins Leben ziehen die. Ins Leben ziehen die. Einzigste. 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 Gestalt. And shouldn't I, with most ardent force, draw into life the sole unique form? And shouldn't I, with most ardent force, draw into life the sole unique form? Form. Form. Und sollt ich nicht. Seinzugtigste. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Leben sind die einst. Leben sind die. Leben sind die einzigte. Leben sind die einstigste Gewalt. Leben sind die einstigste. You can tell I don't speak German. Leben sind die einstigste Gestalt. Lebensdienst die einstigste Gestalt. Lebensdienst die einstigste Gestalt. Lebensdienst die einstigste Gestalt. Lebensdienst die einstigste Gewalt. Und sollte nicht. 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 Seinzugtigste. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Seinzugtigste Gewalt. Ins Leben sind die. Ins Leben sind die. Einstigste Gestalt. Einstigste Gestalt. There we go. Would it not be necessary? No, thrice no! Ye young romanticist, it would not be necessary, but it is very probable that things may end thus, and ye may end thus, namely, comforted, as it is written, in spite of all self-discipline, to earnestness and terror, metaphysically comforted, in short, as romanticists are wont to end, as Christians. No, ye should first of all learn the art of earthly comfort. Ye should learn to laugh, my young friends, if ye are at all to be determined. Ye should first learn to laugh, my young friends, if ye are at all determined to remain pessimists. If so, no, no. Ye should first of all learn the art of earthly comfort. Ye should learn to laugh, my young friends, if ye are at all determined to remain pessimists. If so, you will perhaps, as laughing ones, eventually send all metaphysical comfortism to the devil, and metaphysics first of all. Or to say in the language of that Dionysian ogre called Zarathustra. Lift up your hearts, my brethren, higher, and do not forget your legs. Lift up also your legs, ye good dancers, and better still if ye stand also on your heads. This crown of the laughter, the rose garland crown, I myself have put on this crown. I myself have consecrated my laughter. No one else have I found today strong enough for this. Zarathustra the dancer, Zarathustra the light one, who beckoneth with his pinions one ready for flight, beckoning unto all birds ready and prepared, a blissful light-spirited one. Zarathustra the soothsayer, Zarathustra the soothsayer, Zarathustra the sooth-laugher, no impatient one, no absolute one, one who loveth leaps and side-leaps. I myself have put on this crown of the laughter, this rose-garland crown. To you, my brethren, do I cast this crown. Laughing have I consecrated ye higher men. Laughing have I consecrated ye higher men. Learn, I pray you, to laugh. Thus spake Zarathustra. Thus spake Zarathustra. Thus spake Zarathustra. 73. 73. 17, 18, and 20. Sils Maria. Sils Maria. Oberengadine. 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 August 1886. 1. Svanvik. Translation of Faust. Translation of Faust. Okay. And now we are here at the recap and reply section. And oh boy, there's a lot to recap. So we'll probably be going through this one by one. And that'll probably be about the end of what we do for today, insofar as recording the audiobook. Although we are quite early, so we might. Let's see. See what our chapters have for us. Hmm. Yeah, we might get through like chapter 1. Let's reference that back. Oh yeah, we can knock that out, no problem. Okay. So I'll probably do this chapter by chapter. Or perhaps I'll sum it up as a whole, because that would be the better way to look at it as a whole piece. I think that's probably not only the most expedient, but the most holistic way. In an attempt at self-criticism, we see Nietzsche lay out all of his regard for what this book amounts to. As an, as would perhaps, as he would later call as a metaphysico-artistic way of looking at all of the things that he has accomplished, that he wishes to accomplish, believes is the coming age, and the thing that, and that which all ought to aspire to. Ultimately, a critique of morality, as what life is, what its purpose is, and instead an emplacement of art, of life as art, and art as life, as not simply being, standing still, static, holding in place, but becoming an ongoing, rolling process with no start and no end, but only the acknowledgement of doing, flowing, changing. And an important and a critic importance on experiencing it, not simply not attempting to model and model it with all manners of conceptual edifice, architecture, and constructivism, but instead feeling, sensation, aesthetic, seeing the beauty in the change, the coordination of so many things all together as great and unmoral, in fact, anti-moral, Dionysian glory. And in this recapitulation of his outlook, and indeed review as it was presented here, he understands it as exactly what it was, and what most of us will experience if we are artists in any way, or in fact those who consider themselves of an academic breed or disposition. That of the haughty, youthful, first go of things, of putting that first foot forward, stepping into the great unknown with what one believes that they know, and spilling it forth out in great verbosity, with far too many words for those who care not to listen, too many for those who would otherwise not already be convinced of the position, too many and too convoluted, too unclear, foggy, and mirthful, for those who are already not involved in such an understanding. Yet, at the same time, knowing, true as it is, that seed of what lay underneath, and a projective vision thereafter, not towards the past, but forth, in understanding himself, in tracking where that seed has taken, in tracking where that seed has sprouted forth, bloomed out, and finally, with his own hope, dropped seeds for the rest of all others. With great hope and perhaps an optimism, not quite a romanticism as he would strongly, not quite with a romanticism as he would strongly suggest against, and in fact expresses great loathing for, but indeed in the knowledge that there was this in the past, in the Greeks, and with hope, and in knowing that undercurrent as it is, a bassy rumbling that continues beating throughout the ages, that others will find themselves a part of that chorus. And that chorus, the chorus, as he might put it, as I think best summarizes the entire passage, is that, in his own words, of the rose garland of laughter, the lightening of all things in the world, to see throughout the ever-becoming of things that which is, and that which is beautiful, that which inspires cheerfulness, and in its own way is the source of its own beauty, of its own laughter, of its own laughter, of its own becoming. And in response, while in an attempt of self-criticism, I find myself broadly agreeing with the idea of neither placing morality as the head of one's philosophy, nor even as attempting to enshrine it as an immutable absolute. That there ought to be joy, festivity, happiness, and the foremost acknowledgement of becoming as the basis for all that is, not some static being, but a thing that is a processor with processes that create proceedings. Yet I disagree, perhaps, most strongly with it, especially as portrayed here, that it has no place. Rather, I would put that ethics is best understood as that amalgam, that coordination, complementarity, and integration of so much feeling, so much becoming, so many processes, if you will, together in what we understand as life. In that, I do accept that life is I do accept that life is itself art, in that it is artifice of its own design, a self-creation, a self-becoming, and that this indeed is the foundation of what we understand life as. And that this, recognized as such, is beauty. Where we delineate, I think, at least as is espoused most thoroughly in this book, is that this is to be the first. I probably would have been called quite the Apollonian by Nietzsche himself. In that I do think, quite oppositely to him, that this is not that in being art, in being art, artifice, creation, and beauty, that these things are themselves logic. They are, from the territory of existence, a key that is maintaining itself and continually, time over time, in that fashion of process and becoming, itself producing the map. And that map is the life. But you can't get to it without logic. That is the key. That is the legend, the guide, the relations that enable. That is the key. Relations. Relations. Axioms that hold together what we call life, the subject, as not separate from objects, but merely a subtype, one of those becomings. Or to summarize in a more tidy fashion, life is art, and art is life, in that both of these are a thing of logic. Hmm. And by this, I think rather than in the Nietzschean way of resolving Dionysos and Apollo in that tragic fashion, more towards the Hegelian side, though not with the admission per se of spirit, at least in my interpretation. We attain that which is heroic, the next step, not a postmodernist fashion, but in neo-modernist fashion, a, a recognition and recollection of things as they are. All physical, all physic processes that agglomerate and abide by the rules of those processes to become themselves processors. And in that, a resolution of mind and body as not a dualism, but a monism, of subject and object, not of subject and object, not as disparate and dichotomized, but truly one thing. Not anti-moral as such, but in recognizing morality as based, but in recognizing morality as built upon that logic, that process of becoming. And in that, not just what is, not just what we conceive out of that, or even the abstract rules that we pull from that. Not as particulars, universals, or existentials, but an index of them all together. Multiplicity. A process of everything. Okay. And now we have our commentary section where I take a look at what everybody is saying. All right, from the top. Yes, Jesse, we are in fact. Ah, Lady Grey with bay leaves. Delightful. The bay leaf is always a delight to have, in addition to many a tea. And yes, I am very much editing it all. As I said in the introductory section to the stream, this is the behind the scenes, the live recording. And of course, if you are all interested in seeing the final results that come out of it, I do post audiobooks regularly on that schedule, which I did mention at the beginning there, and I will, in time, post on social media and on the channel page itself. Yes, there is very much repeating, indeed. Uh, Especially whenever I'm trying to go through the words themselves. Unfortunately, as someone who is self-taught in the bothers and woes of audiobook producing and voice acting and all that kind of thing, I have to take my time and talk with the monitor on. So I'm hearing every word that I'm saying not just as an echo, but in fact as a literal echo in my ears through my headset. And through that, see all of the missteps or intonations that don't come quite out as I would prefer them to, and all of that good business, which I later work out. Stuttering, no, but repetition, yes, quite a bit. And if it is doing an ASMR for you, I'm glad. I hope that it can produce some good things for you, as I say. And others have done it too. Putting it on the background while they're driving or walking or what have you. It's a nice thing, I think. To have someone who is doing their work alongside you. And Nate says, bruh. Yeah, I agree. Oh, man. I don't know what it is, but some days are better than others in the clicks and repetitions, therefore, department. Uh, yes, there are quite a few interesting and old words that Nietzsche uses. He was an academic through and through, and it shows. This book itself being a thing written to Richard Wagner, the famous musician of his time. It reads like an academic text, for better and for worse, and also at the same time as he would account it, I think, as a piece of music, a piece of complex music. And in that, it's not going to be everybody's tastes. But that's why I do the summaries. That's why I like to make things that I think I'll eventually start compiling in little playlists. I'll probably call it like Books in Minutes, where we can have kind of like a Blinkist article, a short, sweet bundle of all of the key highlights of what happens in a book or a document of any variety, and make it a little bit more easy to digest for everybody involved who doesn't engage with this kind of media as I do on the regular. And indeed, we are happy to have you. Whether it is something that you intuitively grasp or not, it's always good to have the company and the commentary. But I think this will probably run a little bit longer. So we will swiftly move on to the birth of tragedy. The birth of tragedy. The birth of tragedy. The birth of tragedy. From the spirit of music. Forward. Forward to Richard Wagner. Forward to Richard Wagner. In order to keep a distance, in order to keep a distance, all the in order to keep a distance, all the in order to keep a distance, all the possible scruples, excitements, and misunderstandings to which the thoughts gathered in this essay will give occasion. In order to keep at distance all the possible scruples, excitements, and misunderstandings to which the thoughts gathered in this essay will give occasion, considering the peculiar character of our aesthetic publicity, and to be able also to write the introductory remarks with the same contemplative delight, the impress of which, as the petrifaction of good and elevating hours, it bears on every page. As the petrifaction of good and elevating hours it bears on every page, I form a conception of the moment when you, my highly honored friend, will receive this essay. How you, say after an evening walk in the winter snow, will behold the unbound Prometheus on the title page, read my name, and be forthwith convinced that, whatever this essay may contain, the author has something earnest and impressive to say. And moreover, that in all his meditations he communed with you as with one present, and could thus write only what befitted your presence. You will thus remember that it was at the same time as your magnificent dissertation on Beethoven's originated. You will thus remember that it was at the same time as your magnificent dissertation on Beethoven originated. You will thus remember that it was at the same time as your magnificent dissertation on Beethoven originated, viz., amidst the horrors and sublimities of the war which had just then broken out, that I collect myself for these thoughts. 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 But those persons would err to whom this collection suggests no more perhaps than the antithesis of patriotic excitement and aesthetic revelry, of gallant earnestness and sportive delight. Upon a real perusal of this essay, such readers will, rather to their surprise, discover how earnest is the German problem we have to deal with which we properly place as a vortex and turning point in the very midst of German hopes. Perhaps, however, this same class of readers will be shocked at seeing an aesthetic problem taken so seriously, especially if they can recognize in art no more than a merry diversion, a readily Perhaps, however, this same class of readers will be shocked at seeing an aesthetic problem taken so seriously, especially if they can recognize in art no more than a merry diversion, a readily dispensable court jester to the earnestness of existence, as if no one were aware of the real meaning of this confrontation with the earnestness of existence. These earnest ones may be informed that I am convinced that art is the highest task and the properly metaphysical activity of this life, as it is understood by the man to whom, as my sublime protagonist on this path, I now dedicate this essay. Basil. These earnest ones may be informed that I am convinced that art is the highest task and the properly metaphysical activity of this life. Is the highest task and the properly metaphysical activity of this life. That art is the highest task and the properly metaphysical activity of this life, as it is understood by the man to whom, as my sublime protagonist on this path, I would now dedicate this essay. Basil. 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 End of the year. 1871. 1871. 1871. The birth of the birth the birth the birth of tragedy. 1. We shall have gained much for the science of aesthetics when once we have perceived not only by logical inference, but by the immediate certainty of intuition, that the continuous development of art is bound up with the duplexity of the Apollonian and the Dionysian. In like manner, as procreation is dependent on the duality of the sexes, involving perpetual conflicts with only periodically intervening reconciliations. These names we borrow from the Greeks, who disclose to the intelligent observer the profound mysteries of their view of art, not indeed in concepts, but in the impressively clear figures of their world of deities. It is in connection with Apollo and Dionysus, the two art deities of the Greeks, that we learn that there existed in the Grecian world a wide antithesis in origin and aims. Between the art of the shaper, the Apollonian, and the Apollonian. That we learn that there existed in the Grecian world a wide antithesis in origin and aims. That we learn that there existed in the Grecian world a wide antithesis in origin and aims between the art of the shaper, the shaper, the Apollonian, shaper, 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 the Apollonian, Apollonian, and the non-plastic art of music, that of Dionysus, both these so heterogeneous tendencies run parallel to each other, for the most part. Card time. Okay. Okay. Now, where were we? Both these so heterogeneous tendencies run parallel to each other, for the most part openly at variance, and continually inciting each other to new and more powerful births, to perpetuate in them the strife of this antithesis, which is but seemingly bridged over by their mutual term art, till at last, by a metaphysical miracle of the Hellenic will, they appear paired with each other, and through this pairing eventually generate the equally Dionysian and Apollonian artwork of Attic tragedy. In order to bring these two tendencies within closer range, let us conceive them first of all as the separate art worlds of dreamland and drunkenness, between which physiological phenomena a contrast may be observed, analogous to that existing between the Apollonian and the Dionysian. In dreams, according to the conception of Lucretius, the glorious divine figures first appeared to the souls of men. In dreams, the great shaper beheld the charming corporeal structure of superhuman beings, and the Hellenic poet, and the Hellenic beings, and the Hellenic beings, and the Hellenic poet, if consulted on the mysteries of poetic inspiration, would likewise have suggested dreams, and would have offered an explanation resembling that of Hans Sachs in the Meistersingers. Now here again I show the fact that I don't speak German at all, so please forgive me while I figure out the pronunciations. And as for the last one, you'll notice that I didn't footnote these. I didn't declare them as footnotes. Instead, I just gave the translations directly after. So that will be an editorial, how would you say, license. Mein Freund, das Grad ist Dichters Werk. Das Grad ist Dichters Werk. Das Sein Trommen deut Unmerk. Glaubt mir, des Menschen wahrster Wahnwirt im Trauma aufgetan. Im Trauma aufgetan. Al de Kunst. Und poetere. In poetere. How was that written originally? Und poetere. Und poetere. Und poetere. Oh, that's strange. Ah, it's because I didn't have the window. Oh. And this whole time I hadn't considered. That we hadn't been aligned at all. Well, howdy do. At least it's fixed now. No, let's get back to that. Und Poeterei ist nix als. Bartrom. Bartrom duet. Bartrom duet today. My friend, it's precisely the poet's task to interpret and understand his dreams. Believe me, man's truest madness is revealed to him in his dreams. 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 Bloody hell. Believe me, man's truest madness is revealed to him in his dreams. All poetry and poetic endeavors are nothing but the interpretation of true dreams. Are nothing but the interpretation of true dreams. The beauteous appearance of the The beauteous appearance of the dream worlds. The beauteous appearance of the dream worlds, in the production of which every man is a perfect artist, is the presupposition of all plastic art. Is the presupposition of all plastic art, and in fact, as we shall see, of an important half of poetry also. We take delight in the immediate apprehension of form. All forms speak to us. There is nothing indifferent, nothing superfluous, nothing. There is nothing indifferent. There is nothing indifferent, nothing superfluous. But together with the highest life, 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 but together with the high, but together with the highest life of this dream reality, we also have, glimmering through it, the sensation of its appearance. The sensation of its appearance, such as it, the sensation of its appearance, such at least is my experience. Such at least is my experience, as to the frequency, aye, normality of which I could adduce many proofs, as also the sayings of the poets. Indeed, the man of philosophic turn has a foreboding that underneath this reality in which we live and have our being, another and altogether different reality lies concealed, and that there bloody cars. Another and altogether different reality lies concealed, and that therefore it is also an appearance. And Schopenhauer actually designates the gift of occasionally regarding men and things as mere phantoms and dream pictures as the criterion. And Schopenhauer actually designates the gift of occasionally regarding men and things as And Schopenhauer actually designates the gift of occasionally regarding men and things as mere phantoms and dream pictures as the criterion of philosophical ability. Accordingly, the man susceptible to art stands in the same relation to the reality of dreams as the philosopher to the reality of existence. He is a close and willing observer, for from these pictures he reads the meaning of life, and by these processes he trains himself for life. And it is perhaps not only the agreeable and friendly pictures that he realizes in himself with this, and it is perhaps not only the agreeable and friendly pictures. Seems to be disconnected. There we go. In short, the whole divine comedy of life and the inferno also pass before him, not merely like pictures on the wall, for he too lives and suffers in these scenes, and yet not without that fleeting sensation of appearance. And perhaps many a one will, like myself, recollect having sometimes called out cheeringly, and not without success, amid the dangers and terrors of dream life, "It is a dream! I will dream on! I will dream on! I will dream on! I will dream on!" I have likewise been told of persons capable of continuing the causality of one and the same dream for 3 and even more successive nights, all of which facts clearly testify that our innermost being, the common substratum of all of us, experiences our dreams with deep joy and cheerful acquiescence. This cheerful acquiescence in the dream experience has likewise been embodied by the Greeks in their Apollo. For Apollo, as the god of all shaping energies, is also the soothsaying god. He who, as the etymology of the name indicates, is the Shining One, the deity of light, also rules over the fair appearance of appearance of the inner world of fantasies. The higher truth, the perfection of these states in contrast to the only partially intelligible everyday world. The deep consciousness of nature, healing and helping in sleeping and dream, is at the same time the symbolical analog of the faculty of soothsaying and, in general, of the arts, through which life is made possible and worth living. But also that delicate line which the dream picture must not overstep. But also that delicate line which the dream picture must not overstep, lest it act pathologically, in which case appearance, being reality pure and simple would impose upon us, must not be wanting in the picture of Apollo. That measured limitation, that freedom from the wilder emotions, that philosophical calmness of the sculptor god. His eye must be sunlight, according to his origin, even when it is angry and looks displeased. The sacredness of his beauteous appearance is still there. And so we might apply Apollo in an eccentric sense, what Schopenhauer says of the man wrapped in the veil of Maya. And so we might apply to Apollo in an eccentric sense, what Schopenhauer says of the man wrapped in the veil of Maya. Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. 1. Page 416. Just as in a stormy sea, unbounded in every direction, rising and falling with howling, mountainous waves, the sailor sits in a boat and trusts in his frail bark. So in the midst of a world of sorrows, the individual sits quietly, supported by, and trusting in his principium individuationis. Indeed, we might say of Apollo, that in him the unshaken faith in his principium and the quiet sitting of the man wrapped therein have received their sublimest expression. Expression. And we might even designate Apollo as the glorious divine image of the principium individuationis, from out of the gestures and looks of which all the joy and wisdom of appearance together with its beauty, speak to us. Together with its beauty, speak. Together with its beauty, speak to us. In the same work, Schopenhauer has described to us the stupendous awe which seizes upon man when of a sudden he is at a loss to account for the cognitive forms of a phenomenon. In that the principle of reason, in some one of its manifestations seems to admit of an exception. In that the principle of reason, in some one of its manifestations, seems to admit of an exception. Add to this awe the blissful ecstasy which rises from the innermost depths of man, of nature, at this same collapse of the principium individuatum. Add to this awe the blissful ecstasy which rises from the innermost depths of man, of nature, at this same collapse of the principium individuationis, and we shall gain an insight into the being of the Dionysian, which is brought within closest kin, perhaps, by the analogy of drunkenness. It is either under the influence of the narcotic draught of which the hymns of all primitive men and peoples tell us, or by the powerful approach of spring, penetrating all nature with joy, that those Dionysian emotions awake, in the augmentation of which the subjective vanishes to complete self-forgetfulness. So also in the German Middle Ages, singing and dancing crowds, ever increasing in number, were borne from place to place, under the same Dionysian power. In these St. John's and St. Vitius dancers we again perceive In these St. John's and St. Vitius dancers, we again perceive the Bacchic choruses of the Greeks with their previous history in Asia Minor, as far back as Babylon, and the orgiastic. Need some help with that one. Sakia, gotcha. As far back as Babylon and the orgiastic Sakia, there are some who, from lack of experience or obtuseness, will turn away from such phenomena as folk diseases with a smile of contempt or pity prompted by the consciousness of their own health. Of course, the poor wretches do not divine what a cadaverous-looking and ghastly aspect this very health of theirs presents when the glowing life of the Dionysian revelers rushes past them. Under the charm of the Dionysian, not only is the covenant between man and man again established, but also estranged, hostile, or subjugated nature again celebrates her reconciliation with her lost son, man. Of her own accord, earth proffers her gifts, and Of her own accord, earth proffers her gifts, and peacefully. Of her own accord, earth proffers her gifts, and peacefully. I'll get past these clicks eventually. Of her own accord, earth proffers her gifts, and peacefully the beasts of prey approach from the desert and the rocks. The chariot of Dionysus is bedecked with flowers and garlands. Panthers and tigers pass beneath his yoke. Cars. Change Beethoven's Jubilee song into a painting, and if your imagination be equal to the occasion, when the awestruck millions sink into the dust, you will then be able to approach the Dionysian. Now is the slave a free man. Now is the slave a free man. Now all the stubborn, hostile barriers which necessity, caprice, or shameless fashion has set up between man and man are broken down. Now at the evangel. Now, at the evangel of cosmic harmony, each one feels himself not only united, reconciled, blended with his neighbor, but as one with him, as if the veil of cars, man. Had a good dramatic moment, too. Well, at least we're close to the end. Now, at the evangel of cosmic harmony, each one feels himself not only united, reconciled, blended with his neighbor, but as one with him, as if the veil of Maya has been torn, and were now merely fluttering in tatters before himself. But as one with him, as if the veil of Maya has been torn and were now merely fluttering in tatters before the mysterious, primordial unity. Primordial unity. In song and in dance, man exhibits himself as a member of a higher community. He has forgotten how to walk and speak. In song and dance, man exhibits... In song and in dance, man exhibits himself as a member of a higher community. He has forgotten how to walk and speak and is on the point of taking a dancing flight into the air. His gestures bespeak enchantment. Even as the animals now talk, and as the earth yields milk and honey, so also something supernatural sounds forth from him. He feels himself a god. He himself now walks about enchanted and elated, even as the gods whom he saw walking about in his dreams. Man is no longer an artist. He has become a work of art. The artistic power of all nature here reveals itself in the tremors of drunkenness to the highest gratification of the primordial unity. To the highest gratification of the primordial unity. the noblest clay, the costliest marble, namely man. Namely, man is here kneaded and cut, is here kneaded and cut, and the chisel strokes of the Dionysian world artist are accompanied with the cry of the Eleusinian mysteries. Ihr Sturz. Ihr Sturz nieder Millionen. Ihr Sturz nieder Millionen. Ihr Sturz nieder Millionen. Eines Duden Schöpfenwelt. Schöpfer. Schöpfer. Ah. Schöpfer. Schöpfer? Eines Duden Schöpferwelt. Eines Duden Schöpferwelt. Thee bow in the dust, O millions, thy maker mortal, thy maker mortal, thy maker mortal doth, thy maker mortal, thy maker mortal dost divine, thy maker mortal dost divine, thy maker mortal dost divine. Thy maker mortal dost divine. Now to the recap and reply incidentally. In chapter 1, Nietzsche, in a truly tragic fashion, in a fashion of his own, lays forth for us. Chisels, paints, and sings, most of all, forth for us his understanding of the Apollonian and the Dionysian, a poetic fashion. In rhythm and rumble, stamping of feet and raising of voice, does he show us the world dreamer of Apollo on one hand, that which carries on in episodic fashion, moving from point to point to point, picturing and painting, canvassing, and drawing out all theory, model, and mode of what is a truly rational, radiant character, and not just any, but that of the plastic artist. The one that sees things through a lens of their own design. And only through that lens. And only through that lens. For to venture outside of it, to apply their dreamscape, their conceptual observatory upon it, and practice it, as it were, will no longer be as Apollo. Would no longer be as the dreamer. And alongside the Dionysian, who clamors and feels and guides themselves by that feeling, cawing and echoing and moving by that echo. Where the Apollonian rests and observes in repose. The Dionysian strains, sallying forth to feel, sallying forth to touch, not see, to hold, not think, not ponder. To not be before the presence, but to be the presence. And in this, the dualistic standard, which by which Nietzsche holds art itself. And only in their coming together, their resolution of their differences, the total separation of one from everything, and everything from one. The solidarity of it all, the definition of tragedy, and art as tragedy, is begotten. Is begotten. Is begotten. And now for the reply. It was this recognition, when I first came upon this book, of the genuinely dualistic nature that runs from Plato and almost certainly before him up through the present and almost decidedly into the future, which began to spark my conceptions that brought me to that unified theory that I hold. Something to that unified outlook that I hold. Not simply theory, neither practice, neither practice, and not just production, but all three as a unified solidarity. All three as something that is not tragic, but heroic. That going beyond the duality, to recognize in it not a true dichotomy, but something that is best understood in a triadic fashion. Of not just the comedian, of not just the Apollonian, Dionysian, or their reconciliation in Zarathustra, but all of them together, and if we were to put them, but all of them in unity, as part of that same underlying substrate. And if I were to keep it in theme, aletheia. Neither an ontology, an account of being, of neither an ontology of static being, nor kinetic becoming, but in a totalizing begetting. And in this, combined with what I had learned from Aristotle, and the idea of matter in forms, not in that dualistic sense, or even in a triadic sense as came later in Charles Sanders Peirce, with his particular semiosis, with his particular theory of semiosis. But in hulomorphism, but in a physical hulomorphism. Neither all particulars in just matter alone, nor in the nor in the free-floating idealisms of forms, but these as a joint thing together, together, together. As inseparable, as part of one another, as processor with its processes and its proceedings. The being, becoming, and begetting. as an artist, not as detached from philosopher, not as detached from a philosopher, not as detached from philosophy, but because of philosophy. This allows me to see beyond the dualities, not only in Plato or Aristotle, or even Nietzsche, even in his suggestion of reconciliation in tragedy. The heroic artist, the heroic kind of art, is that with with not just things in themselves, things as they appear, but motion as such. That in my perspective, all art is necessarily and by definition, that from my perspective, that in my perspective, all art is by definition a simulation. Not quite the term. A microcosm of the greater macrocosm. Some small thing. Neither model nor music. Neither model nor music. Static or ongoing. Still or ongoing. But a process unto itself. But a proceedant unto itself. A consequence of other processes that then itself becomes a new process. Whether it be this very video, games of all variety, books, movies, sculptures, or live performance. Where Nietzsche puts the primordial unity on the Dionysian side, I would argue it underlies all of them. That it is all of them. There is no distinction to be made, in truth, though it may be picked apart in various fashions. And there is no better proof in that every piece of art In having been created by someone, in having been created by someone, in having been created by one or more, that they are then reflections of their efforts, of their reconciliation as such. And that they themselves, though they do not necessarily bear the animacy of we as beings, are animate in their own way. That from something in their creators, they hold a piece of them. Just as this book here. Despite the critiques of a later Nietzsche, sees in it that it too was a seed. Is but one of many. Seeds from the same tree. Seeds from the same flower. Neither feeling nor reason alone. Not an imbalance between these. And not some glimmering intersection of the two. But the reason. Neither feeling nor reason alone, nor the intersection of the two. But a twinkling ember of his very spirit. And not that time. Okay, so that wraps it up for our time with the birth of tragedy. Yeah, got a decent amount of distance from the self-criticism all the way to the second chapter. Pretty well done, I dare say. But with that, we then move on to Yes, Your Grace, which means we'll fire that up. And while I'm getting this ready, I'm going to take a quick break. See you all soon. Hey, and not too far off center as well. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. And now, yes, your grace is all fired up. Let's see if we can get over there without any technical difficulties. And quickly. Yeah. All right. Now, we last left off with a pretty good place. And I believe I decided not to do anything with the wedding because that is mighty expensive. We're in a pretty good place right now, all being considered. So what have we on the up-and-coming Grevno Week 5? We have quite a stack of people already. Well, let's see. Does Audrey have anything for us? Nope, that's all. Wait. Battle preparations? I would like to know more. Is our army ready to confront the enemy? With Talus' army, we will crush the Radovian forces. We just need to focus on the kingdom and get ready for the wedding, Your Grace. Yeah, probably so. But no problem, no problem. We'll solve that, no problem. Oh, Sidani's in the crowd alongside Peasant, Merchant, Lady Ada, General. Well, let's see what Sidani wants. How can I help, Silly Pickle? I 1,000,000% forgot that we chose that as her nickname. Ah, that's so sweet. I'm worried about Lorsulia, Father. What will happen to her when she leaves? She promised me she'd take care of me, but now she's leaving. Oh. Why would she lie? And what happens to Dusty? What about Dusty? Are you more concerned about Lorsulia or her cat, Sidani? Both, truly. Yeah, frankly. It's Lorsulia's cat. She will probably want to take Dusty to keep her company. But if she didn't leave, then Dusty wouldn't have to go as well. That's true. I don't want her to leave. Can you talk to her? It's not exactly her Lorsulia's choice. I'm sure she would prefer to stay. She would never leave you on purpose. Why does she do it then? If she would rather stay, she should. Can you talk to her? Convince her to stay? Of course, Donnie. I can try convincing her, but I don't think that will change a thing. I knew I could count on you. Thank you. I'd better check on Lorsulia when there's time. And that's gonna be tough. Yeesh. Yeah. I feel like I've lied to her. But then I guess that's our guy over here. Fellow king, yeah. Well, generally, what do you need? What have you learned? Radovians have formed stationary posts around our castle, Your Grace. How'd they get so close? You just... Okay. Camps, if you like. They're planning their next moves. Destroying the posts should damage their ability to form strategies, Your Grace. Although we now have a prospect of an army, we shouldn't give them any advantage. You should take a look at your map, Your Grace. Send an agent to clear out these posts as soon as possible. Wait on my mark, General. I will instruct you when to strike. Yes, Your Grace. How did they get around our castle? Unbelievable! I could send my general by positioning a Radovian post and clicking on the magnifying glass icon. Exploring locations may result in gain of resources. Oh, that's good to know. In this case, we need to dispatch of the Radovian posts. You could send any agent to explore any location. Well, that's good to know. Wow! We really just let them set up camp literally. Well, I guess we're about to make some very unhappy campers. Jeez Louise. Well, they're across a river. That'll probably be the hardest place from them to attack from. North looks like it's all farmland, and we kinda need that. but east has forests they could retreat to easily, and yet north has the same, but it seems like north is a lot more important for us. Ah, bugger it, we'll do north. I'll check on that later. I will certainly check on that later. What's up, Audrey? We'll be ready for the wedding in 4 weeks, Your Grace. The Redovian posts need to be eliminated by then. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. And we still need to provide for the people's needs. Yes, also, more pressure, thank you. Striking the right balance between the two might be tough, if not impossible. With our current resources, we will need to prioritize. Correct. Oh, tell me about the kingdom. What would you like to know? Petitioners? Ah, these are just tutorial bits. Okay. A lot of help you are, Audrey. Could you get us another general? That would be neat. Can I invite her? Okay, she's... Ah, that's her in the line, okay. Well, let's talk to her then. Lady Ada, what you got going? Your Grace, you calling for me? I always forget how beautiful this castle is, Your Grace. I really should visit Grevno more often. Nevertheless, Your Grace, I have a favor to ask of you. Thank you. What can I do for you? There's a nefarious thief going from lord to lord pretending like he needs help. He convinced other nearby lords to give him gold, including me. How do you convince a lord to just... Alright, guys, I need some gold, like, right away. Please? Give. Like a bunch of lords? Do you guys not talk to each other? Alright. He always says he's a merchant and his goods have been stolen. It's just that easy? Alright. I'm sure he will visit you sooner or later. What's that over here? We got a merchant right here? Okay. Well, what do you want me to do? What did he look like? What did he look like? Was he wearing anything specific? Did anything stand out? He was wearing dirty cream apron and a dark green shirt. Apron. Oh! And he was wearing a hat. I'll keep an eye out for him. If I find him, I'll send for you as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Your Grace. I come with a business proposition, Your Grace. I need 12 gold to hire men and buy resources to build a new tavern in Branca. You see, the tavern will serve as more than just a way for locals to get drunk. The village is really well positioned. It has many visitors, but they never stay for long. The new tavern will change that and guarantee a steady income. I will share my profits once I start making money on the business. Sounds good. Here you go. 8 solid tables, 13 beds. We could make a cheaper shared chamber. Oh, it's going to work well. Yes, sir. Been waiting for that one for a while. Your Grace, they took our cattle. Monsters will steal, came in the night and took everything. Sure, there's plenty of grass left now, but what's the good of it if there ain't cattle to graze on it? Can you help us, Your Grace? Yeah, I can try that. Well... I definitely have more supplies than I have gold. Here, have 5 supplies. That should replace your cattle and get you something to eat for a while. That's perfect. Thank you, Your Grace. Yes. Well, that's all for the moment. Up and at 'em, fella. Let's try and make some wise decisions today, eh? Let's see Lord Sulia. Lord Sulia's not up there. Maybe Salia will know where she is. Perhaps. But what say you, General? Your Grace? Yep, that's all. Not much. Per the usual. Dusty's not even up here either. Now, can I leave from the left? Good. To Asalia, then. Hey, Hunbun. Well, that's Aurelia. Darling, how are the wedding preparations going? Do you need help with anything? I'm preparing some handmade decorations. I hope Sulia likes them. I'm sure she will. They're lovely, my darling. The wedding is so soon, and there's so much to do. I think we're going to have roast duck and a Calasian salad. I don't know yet about the cake. I need to speak to Lord Sulia about it. I'll let you work on the preparations. If you need anything, I'll be in the throne room. And how are you holding up? I'm well. I think I might actually sleep tonight. Hang on. No, everything's on my head. What shall we eat? Where will I get a dress? Chronic stressor. Oh, she's not gonna have an easy time of things. What have we in the garden? Aha! A little sword play? Yes, father. Swords? Please tell me you haven't had a skirmish with Lord Sulia? She's far too soft for that. She wouldn't stand a chance. I mean, maybe. Let me be the judge of that. Show me what you've got. Really? You will fight with a girl? Yeah, I guess so. Let's go. I don't really know how to. Since I can't ride on my horse, I had to find something else to do. I just picked them up. Well, just swing your sword then. Don't let your opponent hit you and be quick. That's the basics. Am I holding it right? Apparently. Ouch. Too slow. My turn. You've got quite an arm there, young lady. So tell me, Asalia, what's going on with you two? Still holding grudges? She's locked herself up in her chamber. What a baby. You did leave bases on her bed. Literally shit the bed. Don't pretend like this is the reason she won't come out. Amen. You'll be 13 next year. I want to say no. You're not so brash now, are you? Yeah, you're not so brash. Where's the defiant Asalia gone? I'm joking. It will have to come at some stage, though. I guess. I didn't think of it before. This puts everything into a different perspective. I was angry at her for being so irritating, but now I'm angry at her that she's leaving me. I feel bad for her. But who will I vex now? Sidani is too young, it's not the same. I'm sure you'll find a way to occupy your time. I guess we should end it here. I was just warming up. Do you think we could do this again one day? Absolutely! Swordsmanship is crucial. Could use a little Elizabeth Swann taking a throne one day. I will find you when I have a while. I suppose that'll be never then. We hardly do anything anymore. Oh. Talus would tell you otherwise, trust me. Father, I'm sorry. What I did to Lord Sulia was unfair. Don't apologize to me. I know. Feel like it's best to give her some time. I will make it right, though. And good. Yep, right in the pocket where the sword goes. As you do. Stay safe. Don't do anything silly, Asalia. Do I ever? Fair enough, I suppose. What about you, Sidani? Anything to say? Your Grace? How are you doing? You're a king, so what? He says I am a better king. Well, let's try and make that the case. I guess that's everything for now. I'll go ahead and check here just to make sure there's nothing secret. How's your wife? I haven't seen Paloma in years. Does the illness persist? Why are you so curious about her? Yes, she is still sick. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. But like I told you already, it's none of your business. What's going on in Atana? Did Yelis and Baravia resolve their wars yet? What were they fighting about again? Land? Witchcraft? I don't know, and I don't care to find out. I have my own problems. Is everything alright in Hagos? I've always wanted to visit your beautiful town. Why don't you? Go and see for yourself what it's like. Better than this rat hole. You continue, you insist, and you persist. I'm gonna get you one day. How's Evo? I'd like to know a little about your son before, the marriage. What's there to say? Evo has royal blood and I pay enough for his masters to ensure that he's at least half as smart as I am. The condescension and gall on this guy. Can't you just leave me alone, Eric? I'm trying to focus here. Well, I see why your kingdom's not doing so great. Did you find anything yet? Are those books of any use? Healing fever, how to prevent dysentery, something about malaria. All of these are useless! Well, why did you ask for them, huh? We can go ahead with the wedding. I'll be in the throne room if you need me. Read as much as you like. Miserable sod. Bet he doesn't have a lot of friends. Have you considered letting me out, your grace? The gods must have spared my life for a reason, you know. Nah, lad. Nah. But we are on the front of war. Nah. What about you, guard? Just looking around. Well, I see despite the fact that we paid for the cleanup and repair of this place, we're just gonna keep the scenic skylight that found its way in, I guess. Fair enough. Well, let's take out that north post. General, away. That's all. And, well, we did get quite a few supplies. And some gold, yeah. We will have, Bands are pricey. But I can deal with some flowers. I'll do that. Yeah, we can survive it. Gonna have no week 6. Famous last words, I say. Ah, Audrey, what do you say? There's still time until the wedding. We should check out the Radovian post while there's still a chance, your grace. Yes. On it. General, what have you for us? The North Post was crawling with Radovian scum, your grace. We have managed to dispatch most of them. Good. Happy for that. Pietro? I'll talk to Aurelia. What's up? Have you seen Lorsulia, darling? I think she's still locked up in her chamber. She's refusing to come out. I think it's best to give her time. I don't know what to do, darling. The wedding is so close. I wanted her to help me to pick the flowers, but she won't talk to me. I suppose you're right, though. I will get back to making the preparations. Of course, my sweetest. Still feel bitter about that. I guess I'd better hear what the soldier has to say. Your grace, yet another village has been raided by Radovian forces. Should we aid them in their time of need? This could have great effect on our people's contentment, your grace. We can't allow Radovia to threaten our land. 2 weeks? Well, if I take out their camps, I guess that'll take care of them, won't it? We need to prepare for the final blow. Let's hope the Radovians don't strike again. Well, I mean, I'm trying to take care of them for that reason. No new allies to invite. Pietro, what's up? Your grace, I think I know that they are after me. Who are you talking about? Yesterday, when I went to bed, someone was in my room. They moved the candles. They left them on the windowsill. I never leave my candles on the windowsill. Your grace. That's delightfully, ambiguous, malevolent, both. To touch on that for a moment, that in the midst of something that is very decidedly mostly about social intrigue and kingdom management and that kind of such, and that kind of thing, that they managed to insert a little bit of mystery, a little bit of ominous ambiguity, I think is quite impressive. And all through nonplussing interaction. They didn't ask anything of us. They didn't do anything to our kingdom. But they do give us questions. And questions are the seeds of doubt when they have no answers. And what do you say, merchant? What do you have there, merchant? Your Grace, I bring you a mixture that can cure illness. Works most of the time, cures almost anything. You won't find another or anything better for 5 pieces of gold. I'll pass, thanks, lad. Pass on such a fine product? But, how can you know for sure that you won't need it soon? Ah, well, I will peddle it elsewhere. Yes, you will. Alright. Well, Aurelia, what have you to tell me? Darling? Are you holding up? Anything new? Same stress as ever. Big day in 3 weeks. I can't believe how fast the time flies. Lorsulia doesn't really want to get involved with the wedding preparation, so everything's on my head. She'd be less upset if she understood that this is the best option we have. Do you think we should tell her about the promise? No, Eric. How do you think she would react? Probably better than not knowing any reason why you suddenly 180'd and decided, yeah, well, after the promise, you're definitely getting married to somebody. Almost certainly. She would hate us forever for promising her before she was even born. You were literally dagger to the throat. It's a pretty reasonable thing to say. She can never find out about this. Well, your funeral, I guess, and mine too. How you doing? Nothing new, I guess. Also nothing new, I guess. Oh. Yep, nothing changing. To the east. The others across the river, our general can take care of that, no problemo. And sent. Hello? Well, I assume that'll work out. We'll see if we found a bug here. Good. Alright. And now, on to week 7. Audrey, what's up? We're getting close. Yes, we are. Merchant, Sidani. What are you hiding there, silly pickle? You said I can't have a cat, so I got myself a different pet. I never said you can't have a cat, just not Lorsulia's one. It's a snail. I found him in the gardens and I called him Smudge. Proper charming. That's an unusual pet, and an original name. He's nice, but he's not a cat. He's all slimy and sticky. Kinda gross. That's the best replacement I've found so far. Maybe if Lorsulia didn't have to leave, she could help me find something better. I see what you're trying to do here. Evil will want Lorsulia by his side, or what if the cat stayed? I'm not taking the cat. That's like her one thing. What about... I see... Yeah. Mother, when can I go back there? You mean the snail? What was it, Smeary? It's Smudge! She's touchy about that. It's not that hard, Father. He smudges, that's why. Yes, Smudge. I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Council Chamber for a while, though. King Talus is staying there until the wedding ceremony. Yep. Sorry to disappoint, lass. General? No sign of the Radovians at the East Post, Your Grace. There was nothing left behind. Well, that's good, I suppose. Merchant in the back. Your Grace, I've been robbed. I was on the way down to Hagos when a bunch of thugs threatened my life if I did not give them all my goods. Now I'm left with nothing and nowhere to go. Is there a chance I can count on your support? Are you trying to fool me? Guards! No, your grace, I'm telling the truth. It was the Redovian barbarians. You will spend some time in our dungeons. We should let Lady Ada know that we found her wrongdoer. I shall most certainly. And well to that. But what do you say, merchant? Your grace, the tavern you helped me to establish is up and running. It's doing so well that it's not just a stop between long trips. It's more of a destination on its own now. Well, good. As promised, I will now start sharing my profits with you. A whole 1 gold every week. That sounds fair, right? Well, a little bit more would be nice. You must be joking. That's ridiculously low. I'll take just 3. I think this will be fair for both parties. I guess you're right, your grace. 3 pieces of gold it is, then. It's worth a shot. I can't blame you, you know. Man out here doing hard graft. Big respect, fella. Alright. Peasant, peasant, and peasant. What do you say, yellow shirt? Your grace, thanks to the new inn we built, our workers are happier and work harder. We can now plow much faster. We still need to maintain the inn, but I wanted to bring you something extra for the help. We'll be contributing 1 gold every week to the kingdom. Yeah! I'll take that. Thank you very much. Our people will appreciate this. Please visit us if you ever need any more help. Thank you, your grace. And you? Your grace, I have a small favor to ask of you. Teeny tiny. Would you happen to have any spare gold? You see, 1 piece of gold is all I ask for. That way, I could get myself some boat. Yes, that's it. Some new boats, of course. I know this is rather unusual, but I would greatly appreciate the help. So, what say you? No, I think not. Don't waste my time. I didn't mean to, your grace. Let me just disappear. Yeah. Up and away with you, friend. Your grace, my village has been raided by bandits. Let me guess, there's a monster on their banners. No, not at all. Locals for sure, but they were armed. Our food supplies and cattle were stolen. We would greatly appreciate your support. Yeah, have some supplies. I can give 7 sacks of supplies. I hope these will compensate for your losses. That should be more than enough. And good. We are much obliged, your grace. Padre? Sounds like Redovia has copycats of sorts. Just the thing we needed. Other bandits can now get away with their crimes more easily. Interesting implication. They know the blame will fall on the Redovians and hope we won't look for them. Things will settle down after the wedding, I'm sure, your grace. Well, I guess that leaves us with exploring the western side. General Scent. And nothing more? Ah, much more, in fact. Into the donjon. Hey, how are you feeling, by the way? Nah, no different. Merchant? Your grace, I really don't understand. Why am I here? You tried to trick me. You think I don't know your dirty tricks? Lady Ada told me what you did. Oh, Lady Ada. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Huh. Yeah. Cheeky bastard. Nothing like good old goat speech, huh? Alright, well, yeah. Anything new? Yeah. I didn't think so. Well, time for week 8. Well, we've got quite the surplus of gold. I think a band will do alongside the flowers. But we might want to save that up for a big issue that's probably right around the corner, as a matter of fact. Well, but it is the daughter's wedding. Yeah, everybody will enjoy the band anyway. The Queen wanted to see you, Your Grace. I bet she does. Lady Ada, I got great news for you. Your Grace, you called for me? I did. Remind me, what did the thief look like? The merchant you spoke about. What was he wearing again? He was wearing a dirty cream apron, dark green shirt, and a hat. Thank you. I will send for you as soon as he arrives. Well, I'm sending very soon then. I have put the man in the dungeons where he belongs. Your Grace, if I may, can I take him with me? Of course! Do whatever you may desire with him. Don't worry, Your Grace. I'll show him where the place is. And of course, you can count on my help during your upcoming battle. I don't have much to offer, but it's better than nothing. I'm glad we became allies, Lady Ada. It's good to have you on our side. It's my pleasure. That's all. And 60 more arms to hand. Thank you for now. Let me know if you need anything. Absolutely, General. No sign of the Radovians at the West Post, Your Grace. I guess after the North Post. We did find a hell of a mess, though. They left gold and supplies behind. They must have gone away in a hurry. Well, that's good news for us. With the Radovian post gone, I think we are ready for the wedding, Your Grace. I bet we are. Pietro, what unsettling news have you for us today? Your Grace, I'm starting to think that perhaps you were involved. What am I saying? Why would I say this? Why would you tell someone you know that they know? I better leave. I can leave, right? Yeah, so you can. Alright, Lursulia? Father? Lursulia, you finally came out. Can you please come and meet me at the wall when you get the chance? I wanted to talk to you. Of course, I'll see you there. Peasant? Your Grace, I came here to ask for your help. My father is very sick with fever. Help me, please. He is pale as a ghost, and he shakes and sweats all the time. We've tried treating the fever with cold water and a poultice of butter, onion, and garlic. We have given him a concoction of wormwood and mint. He gads. We even tried letting the bad blood with leeches. I'm afraid he might not last another night. Your Grace, if we had a court witch available, she could handle the diseases. That's true. We should put word out that we are looking for one. As for your father... well... yeah, here has some gold. Should be enough to buy medicine or to pay a healer. Ymir can heal him. He's expensive, but this will be enough. Thank you, Your Grace. Happy to be generous as ever. Nothing new on the map. Alright. And let's see what Lursulia has to say. Nothing new as usual, Jen? Your Grace? Exactly as said. Alright, so first of all, we have to do our custom of petting Dusty over here. Hello, Dusty. Aww. Meow. Lursulia. Oh, it's you. You called for me. Yes, it's me. You wanted to see me? I'm sorry I shouted at you, Father. I didn't mean it when I called you stupid. I just wish things were different. I just wish I'd spend the past couple of days being with you, not angry at you. I know, darling, I know. I love you, Father. I love you, too. I love you more than anything in this world, Luli. Oh, that's genuinely heartwarming. I know. You hate it when I call you that, but you're still my Luli. It's alright, Papa. I'll miss you calling me Luli. Your mother has prepared one hell of a wedding. Yes, I'd better get ready for, she finds me. I'll see you at the party. Is that the sum in total? Not... This right here, while a very heartwarming moment. Eric coming to see his daughter, her finally breaking out of her fugue, staying isolated in her room, and then them having a touching moment of father to daughter, is very sweet. But that there's no options for any dialogue outside of that is a missed opportunity, especially with the seed planted talking to Eric's wife about the possibility of telling Lorsulia why she's being forced into a marriage. The kind of prevailing conflict that's looming on the border with the Radovians. And the general love that Eric obviously has for his daughter. Or even that Sidani really wants the cat Dusty to stay behind. There could have been a lot more done with this scene alone. And it's moments like this that could be a fine lesson for any aspiring storyteller, let alone game developer. To the council chambers, then. Tell us, what more foul things have you to tell us? Anything? Nope. We're almost ready for the wedding. We've been preparing. We've booked a florist. We'll have a live band. There was no need. I just want it to be over and done with. Who cares about some stupid decorations? It's the vows that are important. I hate weddings. People forget what they are really about. Oh, well, it's going to be quite a party either way. I'll see you there. Yes, very well. We can go ahead with the wedding. I'll be in the throne room if you need me. Read as much as you like. Man's really just selling himself up the river. Sidani, how you doing? Your Grace? How are you doing? Yeah, more of reasons that Eric won't listen to. Are you ready for my wedding? My wedding? The wedding? Yes. I just had one question I must ask you, Your Grace. Yes? May Smudge come to the wedding too? Well, I guess. But you need to keep him very close to you, Sidani. I always keep him close, Your Grace. Fine, he can come. Don't forget to say goodbye to Lorsulia. She's leaving right after the wedding. Yes, I also need to say goodbye to Dusty. It's going to be alright, silly pickle. How about you, Asalia? We're almost ready for the wedding. Looks like it's going to be quite a banquet. Yeah, for you it will, not for Lorsulia. I still can't believe she's leaving. Hopefully she can learn to be friends with Prince Evo. I don't think she wants to. I mean, frankly, I wouldn't either. I know. I wish I had more time to find a prince, but this is the way it has to be. Stay safe, I guess. And what have we in the bedchamber? Ah, there's the dress. Darling. How are the wedding preparations going? Everything is ready. Apart from one last thing. Choosing a dress. I'll let you do the honors. Well, that extravagance with the bustle skirt is obscenely big. Almost certainly not comfortable. That one's extremely plain, and probably would be seen as a slight. But that one, that's reasonable. I think that we'll go with that. That one. This is a middle ground gown. Nothing special, but for 25 pieces of gold, we can't expect much. So, what do you think? The puffy one, yes? I think this gown actually looks quite nice. 25 it is, I guess. What? Oh, yes, it's not too bad, I suppose. 25 it is. And how are you holding up? I'm so happy, Eric. Our daughter is marrying a prince. A prince! Not a barbaric Radovian. I knew everything would turn out fine. Fine. Right, yeah. I'll see you later, darling. And that's all for this week. Still making good money, good supplies, good surplus. The kings of Davern and Atana make an alliance treaty to join forces against Redovia. Ekim! I'm overwhelmed by the beauty of my, new wife here. I'll enjoy the company, I'm sure. And, damn it! Evo, your impressions are not impressive, I'm sorry to say. Oh. Can someone help the young prince? It's just nervousness, that's all. Oh, no need, I'm up. Like I said, company, my wife, yes, here's to that. Yeah. Forgive me, Father said I should make some kind of speech. I wasn't sure what to say. I hope I didn't offend you. Anyway, you look very pretty, Lorsulia. Yeah, that's what I figured. That coldest of shoulders. Oh. Evo, he's a good lad. You'll get used to him. He's still a better pick than Redovia. Yeah, I mean, why not some humor? You don't want to know what the other option was. What? There was another option? Oh no! I've sabotaged it! Luckily, it's not an option anymore, my darling. We'll discuss this later. I will be on my way, if you excuse me. Tell us about the Redovians. This seals the deal, Eric. You get the army, I get full access to the archives. Deal's a deal. I wasn't sure if you would honor our bargain, Eric. I'm a man of my word. Well, I suppose you are. And the party went on. Everyone was busy eating fancy food, drinking the finest wine. The band was loud, too. I looked for him everywhere. I stirred up every pot, even in the kitchen. Don't worry, we'll find him, Sidani. The salad looks surprisingly flavorsome. What is that, a Calidis recipe? The dress is not half bad. Didn't know they had such sublime taste. These snails are extremely undercooked. Oh no! My man ate smudge! No! What snails? That's not part of the menu! Smudge! No! The party went better than anyone expected. Oh. Listen, I think I've wasted, I've spent enough time with the guest. Fuck you, Talus. Just... Fuck you, man. I really need to get back to the archives, so if you don't mind, I will take my leave, Eric. Yeah, get out of here. Talus! Ha! Your grace. Leaving so early. Toast! Toast! Drink at least one more with us. See? Perfect timing, your grace. Perfect indeed. Will I get some peace after that? To the young couple. He scolded that thing! Until the ill-fated toast, that is. Yo! Merchant man! Did you poison our ally? Come on, dude! You're shitting me! Oh, Eric, send for the doctor! Well, don't just stand there, idiots! You heard the king! Go, go, go! Oh, no. Talus was on the ground before anyone had a chance to react. He is not... Is he? Father? Is this because I didn't buy the powder? Father? Your Grace! Father? How could you? Eric, how could you ever allow for this to happen? Eric, you have accommodated us in your castle, which we are grateful for, but this is beyond our beliefs. You have failed as a host and are responsible for the events of tonight. The king of Etana, Talus, is dead! Ivo, your Talus' only son. You have no choice but to take the burden of the crown upon yourself. Go ahead, Ivo. Eric, I can't believe this. You leave me no choice. As the new king of Etana, my first order is to withhold the armies that my father promised you, and I will not be paying for your agents. Eric, the king of Davern, you are responsible for Talus' death, unless otherwise can be proven upon a royal trial. Until then, Davern will not receive support from Etana. Okay. Lusulia, pack your things. We're taking my father home. Wait, no, you can't do that. Your Grace, the wedding is over. The vows were said, the marriage still stands. Have courage, my darling. Okay. Well, I guess we're boned for a while then. But at least we're making cash money! Your kingdom has agents available for hire. They will be listed here. To make an agent available in the next week, you will need to pay them. To hire an agent, click on the button with their name. You will see their cost added to the summary. Oh, that's just dandy. Shit! And that's all I can recall, Your Grace. Considering how much I drank that night, it's quite remarkable I remember anything. That was useful, thank you. Surely you can remember more than that. Did you see anything suspicious? Anyone wandering off where they shouldn't? Lady Alina was staring at Lorsulia's dress a bit too much, if you ask me, but nothing else, I'm afraid. And we are glad your daughter has been found safe and well. I think we have examined all the guests, Your Grace, and we haven't heard anything out of the ordinary. Talus soldiers were the main bulk of our army. Solving the murder case will surely convince Evo to aid us in battle. Whoever did poison Talus must have planned it out to the smallest detail. If you find any leads, do let me know, Your Grace. Talus wasn't anyone's favorite person, but you need to have a very good reason to murder the King of Etana. We mustn't lose focus on our main goal, however. Redovia won't wait for us to resolve this. In this situation, we shan't rely on Talus, Ivo's army. We need to seek help from other lords, in case we can't convince Ivo in time. As for the army, we will need to reach out to neighboring lords, make allies, sign treaties. Sounds like you're in quite a pickle, Your Grace. You are still here? Speaking of allies, treaties, etc., I have a hefty army waiting for orders. I can throw in some extra gold and supplies to aid you, too. 230 men and 6 gold. Yeah, but what's the catch? You do want something in return, I presume. Lurs. From Pindle, Your Grace. He stopped delivering spices to my associates in Branca. Turmeric, caraway, anise. Food's as bland as hell without all these. Persuade Lurs to renew the deliveries, and my men will aid you in the battle, Your Grace. And we'll see what can be done. Very well, Your Grace. No, that's a start. We should invite Lurs over, see what he can do. I've also marked areas of interest on the map. It might be worth checking them. Maybe we can find a piece of gold or two. We don't know when Redovia will show up, but we need to start preparing for the battle as soon as possible. That's for sure. I've made a note of things we can do in our weekly summary, Your Grace. We should be able to deny payment for our agents. We can't expect them to work if you don't pay them, but at least we can save a coin. Maintaining our army will also cost us supplies. It only gets more difficult from now on, Your Grace. Oh, and here are the petitioners. Perhaps the servant can shine some light on the case. With any luck. You can now use the map to explore locations and help locals trying to gain resources. Open the map. Yes, 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 yes. Audrey, we should see what's going on with those spices. Would you like to invite Lurs, Your Grace? Yes, absolutely. Let's invite him. And I shall. Let's see here. Well, Ettin's there. Let's see about Lurs. Ah, there he is. An invite to you. What have you to say? Dear father, we have arrived. Atana is nothing like Davern. The vast streets of Hagos expand endlessly, it seems. Asalia would love to get lost in here. The journey was tiring, but the views have compensated for everything. Sedani would have made your ears fall off with her questions if she saw the landscapes here. The cliffs and rocks span across the whole of Atana. It all makes you feel very small. On top of all these rocks, there lies Hagos, like a nest, looking over everything. Now I understand why they used the griffin as their banner. I'm really sorry for the last weeks we spent together. Hug Mother for me. Yours, Lursulia. Ah, yes. Atana can be very pretty. But also very dangerous. You don't want to be caught out in the rural windstorms. We should reply to Lursulia. Tell her it's good to hear from her. Of course. What should I ask her about? I'm not sure. Maybe the girls have some questions. Of course. Let me know when you're ready to write a letter. Well, servant, what can you tell me about what happened? You have called for me, Your Grace. Tell me what happened during the wedding night. I don't know, Your Grace. I was only bringing food and drinks, like I was told. I'm so sorry, Your Grace. I swear I did nothing, by the gods. Please don't punish me. I swear. I didn't know the drinks were poisoned. I only picked them up from the kitchen and brought them to the ceremony. I swear I didn't know, Your Grace. Who hired the servant? Boys, stop crying and telling me something useful. Have you told or have you seen anything or anyone suspicious around the castle? No, Your Grace, I have seen no one. Please. Let me go. I promise I didn't do anything. But the dungeon guard might know something. He mentioned he saw someone in the wine cellar that night. I don't know anything else, though, I swear. I believe that narrows our search, then. You may go, but don't leave Davern until after the royal trial. Thank you, Your Grace. I appreciate that he had a tray while he was giving his, confessions, testimony. The whole while, not a bother in the world on that plate. Peasant? Your Grace, my son, a disgrace to the family. I sent him to gather some brushwood in the forest. Turns out he's too dumb to find a way back home. Do you think you could help us find him? I mean, there's no rush. Gold's at a premium now. I guess here's some gold. I believe that should be enough to cover your loss. I get paid for losing my son? That's... He makes a good argument, you know? My boy's dumb as a box of rocks. Could you maybe help me find him, oh King? Yeah, well, no. But he is dumb. Have some gold. Yeah, he's got me dead to rights here. Graziana, go send all the other little brats in the forest. We're getting rich, you cheeky sod. Having even the grace to not be so, grubbing. Well. Asalia, what can you tell us? Yes, father? I hate that you had to see that. Lursulia sent a letter. Stay safe. Letter first. Your sister has arrived safely in Atana. She said you would love it there. I'm sure I would, if I ever got to leave this castle. You would be able to leave the castle if you behave better. Yeah, right. When you write to Luli, can you ask her about Evo? What is he like? I just can't imagine having to leave here and live with some strange man. If there's any free space in the letter, I'll ask her. Thank you. I hate that you had to see that. Yeah, the wedding didn't really go to plan, did it? No, youngin', it surely didn't. We certainly didn't plan for our closest ally who was bankrolling our entire defense to literally explode. So, you know, what do you think about it? No, what happened was terrible. The wedding went fairly well until then. Yeah, it did. Lorasulia was even considering dancing. She looked very beautiful in her dress. I really miss her father. I miss her too, Az. Stay safe. I feel like now that we have spies confirmed in our midst and poisoners at that. Oh. Oh. Oh, some of the stuff around the castle now actually has some use to it. I was wondering. Oh, let's see here then. Hey, I know I'm the king and everything, but that chandelier up there looks kinda ratchet. But it is over my throne, you know. Maybe I should just, get it fixed up and repaired, or maybe I'll just test fate like I've been doing for the last several years and I'm now well in over my head about. Yeah, that's fine, that's alright. Oh, this dude has no sense of risk, no sense of care. Well, I guess to the dungeon then. Anything from you? Yeah, you've been in here long enough. You may leave. The gods have chosen me. I will go spread their wisdom. Thank you, your grace. Our paths will cross again. I feel it. Barovian soldier? Do you know anything about Talistan? It'll be very much in your interest that the deal doesn't go through. How could I do anything from behind these bars? I've got to say, whoever killed your king has put you in a difficult spot. You don't say. You don't say! You will stay here. Yeah. How about that window? Dungeon guard? How can I help you, your grace? I heard you know something about Tal's death. Tell me what happened about during, the wedding night. The servant said you saw someone. Saw someone? No, but I have found this. Some kind of tooth, I think. And how did you obtain the item? I was guarding the prisoner's grace. Well, I might have had a drink or two with the other guards. It was a time to celebrate, after all. I never left the dungeons, of course. Until the end of my watch, that is. What happened at the end of your watch? I was doing the usual check of all the cellars, yes. A little unsteady, but that's where I find the tooth. Where exactly did you find this? In the wine cellar, your grace. I didn't see anyone going in there, though. Well, that's probably... they crept in while you were busy drinking. I'm sorry, your grace. I really didn't mean for anything bad to happen. Well, big pointy animal tooth, or monster tooth? We don't have big creatures around the castle. Someone must have lost it. That'd be... hard to say. Now I'm gonna be clicking on everything in hopes that I can find some details. Well, Aurelia... Ah, perfect! Hopefully she doesn't notice, yeah. Alright, what have you to say? Darling, what happened at the wedding was awful. I still can't believe Talus was poisoned. Could have been me. Do you think Lursulia will be alright? Evo seemed very upset. I'm sure she will be fine. As soon as we find out who's responsible for this, we can renew our treaty with Evo. Who could have done something so terrible? It must have been one of the guests. We are gathering evidence. When we have enough proof, we will call the royal trial. Alright, darling. Let's hope this gets resolved quickly. Yeah, I'll let you rest. I have a lead on the investigation. I found some clues that might lead us to the person who's behind Talus' death. What have you found? An animal tooth. The animal tooth is a very exotic thing. You don't have dragons anywhere near Davern. The guard found it in the wine cellar. It could be from a merchant or someone who's dealt with big beasts before. Maybe take it to a hunter. See if he can tell where exactly this tooth came from. We don't have a hunter in the castle. I'll ask Audrey to put out the word that we're looking for one. That's all. And Lursulia sent a letter. Our daughter has arrived safely. She seems to like Etana. I'm quite jealous of her. Etana is a beautiful place. The castle is much better than ours, too. Thank you for also shitting on our place, honey bun. I hope she will learn her way around soon. I'm sure she will, darling. When you write to her, tell her I'm sending my best wishes to both of them. Ask her how she is dealing with all of these new things, and what has she been doing without her sisters. Of course, I don't want to write her a full-length book. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, my darling. And I'll see you later. No, don't leave yet. Mirror. Alright. Just... bookshelf? Table. Oh. Yeah, let's take a look. Seek expert, thanks. Question suspects. Well, Sandani's back in here, at least. Your Grace? How are you doing? Is everything alright, Sadani? Last week's events were quite distressing for all of us. I don't understand why this would happen. Why would someone eat smudge? A friendly king dies, and she's mostly concerned with the fact that her poor little snail got eaten. At least we know where her concerns lie. One of the few characters we can wholeheartedly trust across this game. Goodness. Dusty is gone, and now Smudge is, well, Smudge is 6 feet underground. But then again, I couldn't dig that deep, so I just covered him with a rock. It's so boring here without Luli. You promised you'd convince her to stay. Is she even going to visit us? I'm sorry she had to go, or of course she will. Yeah, I couldn't keep her here. She had to go, Sadai. One day you'll also find a prince you'll want to go with. Ew, I hate boys. I'll never do that. Lursulia wrote a letter. I'm about to reply something to her. Do you want me to say anything from you? Oh, yes. Tell her I'm taking her bedchamber. Mother let me, or no. Tell her Asalia read her diary. No, that's not right. I have very limited space, silly pickle. Can I only say one thing? Yes. Oh, this is too big of a decision. I'll come to you later, when I think of something good enough. Fine. Don't worry about it too much. She will write more letters. But the first one is the most important. Well, come see me whenever you're ready. Goodbye. I'll see you later, silly pickle. And back to the gardens. And there's crack, a piece of paper. Oh. Salia, I did speak with you, yeah. Ah, okay. It was just lying there. Find wine in the cellar. Mix it with 7 drops of the substance in a glass. Be seen by no one. Looks like an instruction letter to whoever poured poison in Talus wine. It's beautifully decorated with some flowers. We don't usually decorate our letters. It would be too costly. Maybe we can trace those drawings to the person who has written this. Yeah, I dare say so. That's big. Alright, well, we are on the hunt. Going full deductor mode. Back where you came from, please. Let's go back to the council chamber. Yep. Alright, seek expert, question suspects. That's mighty helpful, thank you. Castle wall. Do we have something going on the castle wall for a change? Your Grace? Have a look at this letter. I found this in the gardens. It has unique decoration. Do you recognize it? No, Your Grace. I have never seen such elegant writing, neither. I can ask around to see if anyone in the village knows anything. Do you want me to? Yeah, please do. Please, do it discreetly, and don't mention it about Talus' death. We don't want anyone to find out we have a lead. Come and see me in the throne room if you find anything. Yes, Your Grace. Now, that'll be all. Keep up the good work, Stan. That one's closest. How long will it take? I can't send my general to do that, can I? Do I have him free to do so? That's the wonder. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, not getting my ass busted in royal court is probably more important, frankly. So, we do what we must. Nothing over there, and nothing over there. But what evidence might we find out here? That's the wonder. Swords? Old fabric. Nothing of note, methinks. But what's this? What could we possibly have to do over here if we've already talked to the general? There's nothing to do with the items. Nothing, I would think. Am I just gaffing? Completely overlooking something? I wouldn't think so. Maybe, though. Well, anyway, to the bedchamber. Aurelia? What do you think about this? Got this lead. Look at this. A letter. I found this in the gardens. It contains instructions about pouring poison in a wine glass and a map on our castle. The letters seem to be decorated with flowers, like in the olden days. How can we trace this letter to whoever wrote it? This is a very important piece of evidence, Eric. Ask a general if he knows of anyone who decorates their letters in such a manner. If he is available, he'll probably be at the wall. That's all. That's all I found. But I already did that. He's left, and nothing has changed. Surely this isn't a glitch. How's our battle prep? Bugger. Yeah, we're kind of in a bad position. Battalion of at least 1,000. Yeah. Investigate. Well, we found the table already. Let's write a letter to Lorsulia. Of course, and what should I write? Tell her she forgot her slippers. Them's priorities right there. Yeah, we'll throw that in. Ask her about herself. Ask Lursuli how she is, what she does with her time. Tell her everyone is missing her. Very well, Your Grace. I will write her a letter. We should anticipate a reply within a couple of weeks. Thank you kindly, Audrey. Your army needs food and supplies to stay maintained and get ready for battle. The bigger your army, the more it costs. The army upkeep will simply click on the pay button. Goodness gracious! 20 bucks! 20 sacks of gold, I mean to say, for the general's preparations. Oh no. To pay the army upkeep, simply click the pay button. If you don't keep the army upkeep costs, you'll lose some soldiers. Oh boy. Well, we're in a pickle now. Pay, yes, of course pay that. Well, at least Lady Ada sent us some grain. I'm glad I didn't blow all our cash. Well, we definitely need to start building soldiers, so we should passive that. Yeah, carnival, fine, I guess. That's our lot for the time. Hope we don't need to buy anything in this week. No, week 11. And well, since we are at a perfect stopping point, abrupt as it is, I think it's time to take our review for this week's gameplay with Yes, Your Grace. And then close it out for the day. So far, let's make sure that we are week 11. Yes. So far, having just completed week 10 and getting into week 11, we've had to make a number of very tough decisions. Intrigue has finally been introduced as an element with the death of a main character. And one of our daughters is now sent off and away, so we have people afar calling our attention, a sudden lack of resources on every account, and strains at the highest they have been so far. And strains at the highest they have been so far on characters' attention and intention, all stirring together into a mighty storm. Into a mighty storm. With that, we've had several side characters that have come and gone, little plot threads that trickle their way in, and clues that we have accumulated, which, by all rights, give us some amount of hope. While simple overall, in both interface and interaction, the crux of it really is in not only the excellent presentation, the easy-to-follow story, but in the narrative breadth more than necessarily the depth. It spins just a few plates at the same time, but in doing so, it really engages the player to take the situation seriously, to keep their eyes on those plates. Because, as it is making very clear in something like a trial run period to get the player familiarized, that the stakes could never be higher for this nation, and by consequence, you and your family. Amongst the 3 games that I've been playing so far, this one definitely has my curiosity and interest most elevated. Not on the grounds of the action, nor on the comedic aspect, but certainly in seeing where it all goes. And with that all, we now transition to our introduction. I thank you all for being here with me today, and I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, if you didn't, please do give me feedback, critique, commentary, and whatever you think might make this better. You can find ways to do that in the comments section, on my social media on X, Instagram, BitChute, or on Discord at the threefold, or on Discord at the threefold manifold, or on Discord in the threefold edifactory. All linked down below. All linked in the descriptions. If you did like it, you can go there to find more content. And if you really liked it, you can help support the channel by, of course, sharing it. You can support the channel by foremost sharing it with those who you can foremost share it with those who you think might like it the best. Or if you'd like to do so monetarily, there is Stream Elements for a one-time donation, or Patreon starting at $5 if you'd like to contribute more regularly. But without any further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities. And I'll see you next time.